Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam, you other Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on some more Insignia dev. What can I say? I think today we're going to be working on just making sure that the alpha test, or I should say the feature test, is coming along. We do have a Discord, yeah. So where things are at right now is we have a little bit of work done on our second test, which is the combat mechanics test. And we've been getting a lot of feedback on the first test, which I'm really happy about. I'm also, overnight, I've been setting up the Insignia kind of like feature test like forum on Discord. So we've been getting a little bit of activity there, people posting. We have like a speedrunning community already, and some users who are like finding little like tech that they can use to like break the game a little bit. So that's nice and fun. All right, well, how's everyone doing? Hopefully you're all well. I want to say a big thank you to Jolly Girl for the most recent subscription on Twitch and Bisash for the most recent follow. Okay, shall we get into it? Right now, what I'm working on is this menu here. It's a little bit, it's not really working the way I want it to. It does populate automatically, which is great. And I'll be making it look a little prettier at some point. But right now I can only select the buttons with the mouse, which I don't want to be able to do. I want to be able to select them with the cursor in game because it's controller support. So right now, what I'm trying to do is add these to a list, or at least add some events to them, so that when you press up and down, it navigates the menu up and down. When is the demo coming out? So currently, you can play the feature test. It's at that URL down over there, down that way, and the password is IndieTales in one word with capital I and capital T. This is like early access to the feature test. It's not like, and I should say it's not a demo of the game. It is a way for you to sort of like check out different features and give feedback on them. So, yeah. It's mostly for you guys to get a sense of what I'm building and be able to play test it while I'm building it, as opposed to being like, you know, a vertical slice of the game, which is kind of like a separate demo that I had been working on it for a little while, and I've sort of put it aside for now. So let's talk about it. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to add to the listener for these buttons the like menu interactions. And right now, the way I've got this system set up is I have what's called like a focus. A focus is just a thing that you can focus, and focusing in UI terms means just like setting your cursor to that thing. So I have like a bunch of focuses, and these are in a list, like they're linear, and they appear that they get populated at runtime. So I don't actually know ahead of time how many buttons there will be because they're populated from a file that collects all the tests. So all the tests become buttons in a list. Now, the way it works is there are focuses, and then there is what I call focus group. So the group wraps the focuses. And the idea is that when I press like down on this, it should move the focus group's focus to the next one down. That's the idea. So when I press down on this, if I don't declare anything, the group should say, well, have I got anything south of this button? I'll focus that instead. That's what should be happening. And I just haven't really been able to get that going. So instead what I'll do is I will try setting it, because I know that relegation code works. So I'll try setting it at editor time in the group. So like up sets focus group to focus nearest down. I think focus nearest up. I think that that's good enough. For this to work. Except, so do we have anything happening here? I don't think so. Oh, it actually does work, except it's doing it in both directions, interestingly. Why is that happening? It's doing down even if I press up? Oh, because I commented down on the up one. Whoops. Okay. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Good. Well, at the very least, it's doing something. And then let's see what the outcome of this is. Nearest is nearest. I'll just do that. Oh, what the heck? Where'd my buttons go? What happened? My buttons. Not the buttons. Okay, there they are. Okay, so we press down, up, nearest is, looks like nothing. So let's have a look. Put this on down as well, just in case. Oh yeah. I think I want to rename these game objects so that I can debug it a little easier. So when I populate the list, I say new button dot name equals s dot name. Nearest is combat mechanics test. Okay, good. So then it should focus combat mechanics test. But it never actually gets there. Not the gumdrop buttons! Who can try my alpha? At the moment, everybody can. You're a monster. I'm not the monster here, you are. I've seen that movie. Oh my god, so many times. When we were kids, there was one year, I guess the year that Shrek came out, we went on holidays to this like it was like a tennis resort, kind of like not a motel, but like a family kind of like resorty thing. Not particularly impressive, but they had like a couple tennis courts and a little bike track and like a kids movie night kind of thing. And you could go up to the counter and ask for, this is before Netflix. They had like the like office that ran the place had like a channel where they could play movies, and there was like a little guide and stuff, and you could request movies to play on your TV in your room. So we figured out that they had Shrek, and we went down literally multiple times a day, every single day that we were there, and requested that they put Shrek on. And so we watched Shrek like 50 times at this little like motel thing for like an entire week. And then we begged I think my mum caught on to the fact that we were obsessed with this movie. So she purchased via mail order the movie. And when we got home, it arrived in the mail and we watched it like a million more times. Shrek was just so good. So good. I actually have on my phone. I don't know where I acquired this, but somehow I have it. Check this out. I have the entirety of Shrek in a GIF on my phone. So you can watch all of Shrek in like 50 megabytes in like, yeah, check it out. Hopefully it rotates. Yeah, this is the entirety of Shrek, but you can't track through it because it's not a video file. It's just Shrek. You guys want to watch Shrek? I'll put it. So dumb. I don't even remember. I found that on my phone. I was like, what is this? I was on a flight going to Thailand last year and I was like, well, I guess I'm watching Shrek in mute now. All right. So this should work, except maybe active menu isn't getting set. So let's make sure that we're opening the menu. Okay. Okay, so we are on the correct menu. We're pressing down. It says the nearest is combat mechanics test. Does combat mechanics test get selected? That's the thing that's important. The answer is no. Focus does not change. Why? Setting focus to combat mechanics test. Okay, so we're here. We're trying. I know. That's the thing. That's the thing. I could kind of get through most of the movie. The highest room of the tallest tower. Hey, Altered POV, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. What a load of... Somebody wants to... Okay. Maybe we can't receive focus. Hey, Lodulus. Oh, nice. Oh, thank you so much for watching. Best of luck in the jam, too. Ah, okay. Can receive focus is turned off. Why is that? Let's ask the question. User's focus area, return true. Else if my text is not null. Oh, I see. All right. I see why. So these don't have a focus area. Which is probably why we can't see the cursor either. Alrighty. Let's make one. Now, focus area is just a rect transform. Oh, okay. Well, that's what we've got. Look at this. For free. You can just have it. We don't have to do... Okay. Okay. Now, where are my buttons? Not the buttons! Where'd you go? Oh, they're moving down. They're descending to hell. Okay. Now we have to figure out why the buttons don't work. So I can reenact Shrek scene for scene. Or probably all of the points that have ever been earned before I could do that. I don't actually know it beat for beat. I could pick out scenes and give you bits and pieces. But I don't think I could give you the whole thing. I don't think I could do it. Not line for line. Not now. Maybe when I was like 10. I can see a lot of the frames in my mind, like the magic mirror, giving the game show. This likes pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. If you like pina coladas. Yeah, we're not gonna go down that road. I could make the text the focus area instead, just to... It's like impossible to see them, but it doesn't look like it's moving either. So now what? Oh, it is moving. The test list container is moving. Oh, is this because it's a vertical layout group? Oh, I see. Okay, I have a feeling I know what's going on here. At least I can understand, I think, what's happening, which is that these things are trying to resize somehow. Because of this test area, this focus area. Uses focus area. I got 10 references to this, but I can't, for some reason, find them. 2 references. Oh, I'm literally doing nothing. I'm not doing anything with the area. So maybe if it does, can receive focus. Does something else happen? Focus area, game object. Why is your studio called Up on Hill? It's called that for a couple of reasons. One is it's kind of a little reference to the movie From Up on Poppy Hill, which is a Studio Ghibli film that I really like. And the other reason is that I always lived on a hill when I was like a kid growing up. So it just kind of felt like a little something. And the idea is kind of like a castle on the hill. That's kind of like the logo idea, but I've never really done that as a logo. Like a castle or a knight with a flag or something. I don't know. Okay. So maybe we don't use focus group, but we force selection. Or we set up a cursor position. Or we set up a proper text field. That's the other way to do it. So this is just like a bunch of dumb rules that I'm having to, a bunch of hoops that I created for myself that I'm having to jump through. That's all we're dealing with right now. So my text equals get component in children text. Okay, I see what's happening here. This doesn't work with Text Mesh Pro. All right, so TM Pro dot TMP text my TMP text. I don't think I can have it be both, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna have to like wrap this and call bool has text equals or okay. Hey, thank you so much, Blood Red, for the resub. 30 months, dude. Thank you so much. It's been a little while. I don't feel like I've been speaking. Like, I don't think I've heard from you much. Or am I just not remembering very well? Hey, Kyle. How's it going? Dirty 30. All right. There we go. Let's try that now. Oh my god. So going back to the button, test button, remove the text. Oh shoot. Did I make a big mistake? No, I don't set that via this inspector anyway. Okay. It's all good. Happy to have you here anyway. Hey. So we're here throughout the... Has it been a year? I feel like it's been less than a year. So what's going on now? Now what's happening? It's still moving very rapidly downwards. I don't know what that is. I don't know what's happening. Let's set this to none. Go back. Okay, now it works. So this cannot receive focus because has text and game object in hierarchy. Text not null or not null. Okay, well that should be true. Last I saw your stream was during the IndieTales game jam, then it's been more than a year. Hey Elzitras, how's it going? TMP is not null. My text not null and or it's not empty. TMP text and it's not empty. Insomnia has aligned. Welcome. It's not night where I am, so feel free to, you know. False. Okay, well that's no good. But TMP text shouldn't be null. I guess unless this needs to happen on like awake or something. Like the second it gets created. Nope. Yeah, it's too, it takes too long. Oh my gosh. VS Code is just lighter weight. I just like it that way. Is the story for Insignia already made? It's mostly already made, yeah. Like, the game end to end is designed, but at not at every level of depth, not at the most granular level. So there'll be times where I get to like freestyle a little bit, but not with major plot points. I've been developing the game since 2016. Hey, Elzatros, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Shouldn't it be is null or empty? It's not, this is fine. Oh, you're actually completely right. Thank you so much. But I don't think that's not going to help us, unfortunately. Oh. Well, it does work. Okay. It does work. I hadn't tried pressing a button yet. So all of this is to say, when we look at this, we've got our focus group. The group is currently focused on player control test. If I press down, it needs to get set to the next test. So this, oh, you can't see it. Hang on. This field needs to change. Or, actually, at the very least, this needs to change. No. This needs to change. So as long as that's changing as I press the button, oh yeah, it's totally working. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. So now it's just like a question of where is the cursor? And actually, I don't think there is one. So I can go grab one. This is kind of like with these, so I have this issue, not issue, it's a minor thing. With the game's menus, a lot of the menu stuff is handled in a singleton object. So the UI cursor, the sound effect source, that handles the controller, like up and down sounds, like tweet, tweet, that stuff, that's handled in a singleton. In the system scenes, that singleton doesn't exist yet. It probably should exist, and if I was to re-architect this from the beginning, I would basically just move that stuff to the singleton that's here, game system. That should have the cursor. In fact, it does have one, but it's not. Oh, it's not being used here. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just not invoking it correctly. Where is it even? Is it like? Oh, it's there. It's just not visible. If I was to turn it on, huh? Yay! Okay, well that's great. Okay, so why is it getting disabled? Toggle menu components. I think I understand. Because we are not using the game system components. This is the same issue, it's just a bit different. So we don't have an engine in this scene. We have the game system, but not the engine. The engine runs the scenes where Armin exists. So because what the heck? What is eSportalBot? What is that? You got your own bot? Created a Twitch bot a few days ago just to learn JavaScript. Oh, there you go. Interesting. That's cool. Alright, so cursor system. Oh, cursor equals game system dot cursor. Okay, in which case, cursor dot. Oh my gosh, game set active. Game object dot set active. True. Nope. UI cursor is UI cursor game system dot cursor. Yeah, I mean, this is all fine. Just a minor addition. I think Godot is okay. Hey Warner, working on menus today for the system menu, for the test system. Hey, there we go. So, does that work off the top? It does. And now I just need to bind the continue button to do the combat mechanics test. It's not up yet. It's what I'm working on at the moment. So, gosh, that was a bit of a mission, wasn't it? Let's do a quick commit. And combat test fixes menu, fixes test menu to enable D-pad input. Actually, I'll just make I'll make it go first. So on this test button, I want the forward action to forward action test button script. I don't have a function for it. Okay. I guess I'll need to do that. I really should be able to add listener to this. Maybe I can do it. Will it be available for only Windows or Mac as well? The game or the demo? The feature test demo is on the web, so you don't need to have a specific operating system, as long as you've got a browser. So title menu, not this. Test menu, test selection menu. We're gonna go, we need to get rid of this, and we can get rid of this, get rid of this. We can say button focus dot forward dot add listener. Wait, what have I got for the on click for these buttons? How am I binding this to do anything? What? Does the button script do it internally? It's on click there. Wait, so can't I just bind it to the on click function of this thing? I suppose I can do that. So forward grabs the buttons on click. I can't grab on click from the button? That's annoying. Well, then I should be able to grab something from the button script called like whatever. So test button script. I guess if I make it public. No on click. Is that? Why is that? Engines seem so much more of a mess rather than just code. It really depends. Really depends. Depends on what you're making. There it is. On click. Done. If you're making a game that has a scene, you need to, you know, it's important that you are able to, hey, there we go. Like, how do you design a level where you have a custom, like, I don't even know, custom application or a tile editor? You just import the tile editor stuff. If you're making like a simple game, it's fine. But I think having an editor is really, 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 really valuable for most people. There is so much instance data that belongs in my scenes that if I had to code that stuff would be ridiculous. I mean, like, here's an example, right? Let me. I have a character. The character can jump. Right, there is like a jump component. All right, the jump component has properties, including a jump curve. How do you do this in your game? How would you do that? Have a parameter that's set in an inspector where you get to set the exact jump curve that you want inside the prefab. How do you even set up a prefab? There's so much stuff that X and Y velocity. Yeah, but like, how do you design the curve? How do you design what this curve should be? You go into Wolfram Alpha, and you try to author it somehow. Like, you pass in some Bezier code. Like, because I can set this value, right? And I can see in the game, as I change it, I can see how high he's going to jump. And I can have that be done in the scene, so I can see relative to like a specific platform, oh, the jump needs to be this high, and I want it to last this long. Like, that's what an editor gives you. The power to actually make design decisions that are visual. But I don't know how you would do that in like a text-based IDE. That just doesn't seem particularly functional. I'm not asking how you program it. I'm asking how you design it. There's a difference. Implementation and design are different things. Like, what is the process of you tinkering with those values while you're trying to make the game feel good? What does that look like? When you say, oh, it needs to be more like this and not like this. Is in this, with this engine, because I've got a scripting thing set up for visuals, I just drag a vector, right? I just can do it visually and I can see what's happening. It's the same reason I use, like, you know, an IDE for my, you know, for my Git repo. It's the same thing. It's like, I can see these. Of course, I could use Git in the terminal if I wanted to, but why would I do that? The frame rate? Hey, Acacia. Actually, it's a Unity bug. Well, not a bug, but like a Unity issue. Check this out. When I'm playing the game, if there's nothing selected in the inspector, this is empty. The game runs really nicely. Right, nice and smooth. If I select something, like the main player character, the frame rate drops and becomes like clunkier. It's just a weird, it's just like the fact that the editor's not written very well, so that when I'm previewing it, it's just not as nice. So all I have to do basically to avoid that is just select nothing, and then the game runs more smoothly again. Obviously it has nothing to do with the build frame rate, but yeah, that's basically what it is. It's just that my computer can't run Unity and the stream while previewing it inside the editor, while also having all my applications open. It's just my computer and Unity not being very well written. Yeah, it's super weird. It's just, look, I can complain about engines, I can complain about this engine while still saying engines are good. And the reason I'm using it is because, like, the trade-offs are worth it for me. But I complain a lot, but that's how much I think engines are worth it. It depends on the game you're making, though. If you're making like a very simple game or something that's entirely procedural, like, it's fine to not have an IDE. I mean, it's fine to not have a scene editor. That's okay. Like, to have like an engine like this, especially if you're not trying to do crazy like extra like platform features or have very complex like rendering pipelines. Like a lot of the benefits of an engine are having off-the-shelf access to industry standard stuff, right? If you're making a very simple game that's got a very simple graphics pipeline, that's got procedural level design, then sure, I can see why you wouldn't. Yay. Nice fade out. Okay, that's fantastic. So, what's the next thing we need to be mindful of? I'll commit this now. So now we have D-pad input for the tests. Menu. Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm going to say something, and don't take it the right way or the wrong way, but like, if you're the kind of person who is not a visual person, like if you are a very experienced programmer and you are comfortable working lexically with like abstractions like this, like just looking, like I've spent like 10 years coding. By like maybe year 5, or more than 10, 15, by like maybe year 5, you can, you know, be building an entire game and never see the game unless it's running, and make design decisions about how the game should be without it running. You know, you learn to work with that level of, you know, ambiguity, or like not having a visual anchor point. But for a lot of people who aren't like purely engineers, a lot of people are much more comfortable working with a user interface. Like they've, you know, if you're an artist or an animator, or, you know, if you're working in a game where there is instance data, you kind of have to, like anything that's serialized. Like if you want to do lighting for a game, how are you going to set up the lighting without seeing where the lights go? You know what I mean? And most of those people who are in those roles, if they're primarily creative and primarily visual people, asking them to build an entire game's code base just using scripts and just building it out script-wise, I mean, it's kind of unnecessary. It just feels like for them, it's like asking someone to learn how to like walk around, to walk around their neighborhood without opening their eyes. Like for lots of people, this is scary and doesn't make sense to them, you know? So it's not like, it's just something that I think, you know, different people have different ways of processing information, and different games require different levels of authoring. So in my case, like I mean, it's kind of absurd that we have to talk about it like this, but like for me, I need this. I need to see it like this when it's not running. And maybe we could create a custom application that lets me view the levels like this. Maybe the levels are simple enough that I just use an external application like Tiled, and I just, like, I have this as like a level design space, right? Like, why can't this just be it? Well, yeah, this could be my level design system. And yeah, I could place specific objects, you know, in at specific layers and do it like that. But like, the tile layer of my game is not the only layer of the scene. And there are things that Unity can do that tiled can't do, such as create these little like text prompts. Sure, I could create a spawner for a text prompt, and I could create instance data in tiled and import it. It's just like, it's not impossible. But then this is just more convenient. It's just so much more convenient to have a scene. Anyway. Because you're going to build all this stuff anyway, right? Half of the stuff that's here, you're going to be building it. If your engine that you're building doesn't have it, you're going to end up building it when you need it. So you either learn the tools that exist or you build your own for everything. And if you make a game engine, you won't be making a game. You know? It's just one of those things. It's like, teach a man to make a game, and he makes you a game. Teach a man to make game engines, and he makes nothing. All right. So far, we're in a pretty good spot. There is a bug that I don't like, where the game crashes when you finish a test. Can I ask you guys a question to do with the nature of this test before I go much further? Okay. Speaking without experience, making a game without an engine or creating your own can give you a deeper understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. That's great, but the question then becomes, again, how important to you is it that you understand how things work under the hood? Because if the things that you're trying to understand under the hood are actually not related to the game you're designing, if it's like, for example, I don't understand how graphics pipelines work. I don't really understand how the GPU is reading and writing information to the screen, right? I don't really understand how that works. It's quite low level code. It's not something that I can design around, but how much of my game depends on me being able to understand that information? If the answer is none of it, then why would I take the time to build my own just so that I can learn how these things work when I don't need to know that? And you could argue, well, maybe the games you could make, if you had access to more knowledge, if you understood more deeply how the computer worked, you could make more innovative games that used more, you know, there are games that are built on the graphics card, right? Like, that's cool, but like, not everyone has infinite time to learn and divert, like, have such a deep skill set. And by the time you do develop that skill set, you probably will be like 40 years old and not able to have said that you've spent your career making games because you spent all your time making game engines. That's the point that I'm trying to say. Like, it takes so long. It takes so long to learn how to learn how the different parts of a game are made. And it also takes so long to learn how to make a game well. You know, like, you can make a game that's technically very impressive on a custom engine that is not fun to play. So what would you prefer to spend your time doing? Learning game design or learning game engine development? David York says, question I have is, how do you get so wise? Do you know why? Do you know why I'm wise? Because I'm doing the thing that I've learned I shouldn't have done. And there were a bunch of smart people who told me not to do this. And I didn't understand their feedback at the time. And now I understand their feedback, having built this thing that's as big as it is. That's why. Like, someone told me, hey, if you make a game engine, you'll never make games. And then I've built a lot of tools in the meantime to help my game get made, which is kind of like building an engine. And I've realized how much time it takes to build tools for your game. So like, I've just got a lot of experience because I do this full time. Yeah, like I didn't sign up for making my game take 10 years. I was laughing at Owlboy being like, I'll never take 10 years to make my game. Here I am on track to take 10 years on my game. So like, it's just, you know, you learn those lessons and hopefully the next game won't take 10 years. It'll take 4 at most, you know? I'm not almost 40. No, I'm not. Anyway. I'm not even close to 40. I'm not even close to 35. Closer to 30 than 35. Okay, so my question back to this is this is a control test for combat. Okay? What I'm trying to test is how the combat feels. And my instinct in that sense was to go for just VFX and the hit stop and the combos and the controls for combat. That's what this test is. In the test, nothing fights back until the last little room where there's just like a normal enemy. My question is, do you think that you will, and maybe you aren't equipped to answer this, chat, but like, I'm wondering if it's too light. Like the test itself is like you load in and you can hit a bunch of pots and stuff, right? You can open up a chest and it tests that. So the attack button, it teaches you about the stance and different directional attacks. And then you can beat up on some enemies for a little bit. And then you learn air directional attacks. And then I teach you how to use the food menu. And then you can fight an enemy, and that's it. The thing is, I don't have anything that's really gonna hurt you earlier on. And I wonder if I needed like hazards or something for you to get hurt by. I'm just not sure what the test... I'm not sure if... Yeah, I've got lava pits. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be about combat balance or just inputs. I think that... And part of that is like about just testing protocols and like what, you know, what's important to test from like a unit testing perspective. But part of it is like, I want the test to be entertaining. A little bit. So like in a normal game scenario, the enemies that I would put you up against at the very, very beginning of the game are the hedgehogs, basically. And they're like very simple. Maybe I should throw some hedgehogs in here. But I don't want you guys to be commenting on... This is the thing. I don't necessarily want you to be giving me feedback about the hedgehog. That's what I'm concerned about. Because that's not part of the test. Right? There'll be a separate test about fighting hedgehogs at another time. To do with their balance and stuff like that. So like right now, it's really just like, I think what I want is for you to just get a sense of the combat controls, but I don't know how much of that is dependent on you fighting something. The timing of the roll. You just have to press the roll button and then press across. There's no timing involved. You just hold the run button down and then just press across. But no, there's no timing at all. There's literally no window. As long as if Armin is doing this, you press across, that's it. What does just right mean? You don't push them at the same time. You push one and then you push the other while holding the first one down. It's just, this is the, currently, and it's been in different ways in different points in development of the game, but currently it's just, if you see Armin in this stance, you can just press a direction and he'll roll in that direction. But I'm probably going to I'm probably going to swap this implementation for a different one at a different time. Maybe there should be a hazard that you can roll under, like more of a gauntlet thing. Have I ever used Linux? Oh, not really, a little bit. Like there's no code to do with timing or getting it right, or the code is just, if you're in this state, you press across. It's impossible to get it wrong based on time of the input. But what's happening right now in the game's input model is I've been experimenting with a directional based system where you hold a button down and then you press a direction to do a move. And so the current role implementation is designed to align with that. So the model of like holding buttons and then pressing a direction, that's just something that I'm experimenting with, how good it feels for that to be consistent across all the actions. So it's not that I think that that's the best way that role inputs should be done in video games. I'm just trying to create a framework that's easy to learn, that's consistent across this game. So that might be something where I get some negative feedback, and then the feedback on the same exact system with the same exact implementation might become more positive as the player plays the game. That's how Dark Souls is, right? The first 5 minutes of someone playing Dark Souls, they're like, what are these controls? And then like 4 hours in, they're like, oh yeah, I get these controls, they make sense. So I don't know how much of a risk I should take in that direction. It's just something that I'm mindful of. Sometimes easier is better. Sometimes you just don't take the gamble and you just make it as straightforward as possible. Zero contextual inputs is better. Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's just that the thing is, based on where things are, I kind of need to do... Let me explain. I won't explain too much, but I'll explain a little bit. Okay, so the game is basically just face buttons, directional attack, and 2 triggers, or 2 bumpers, right? It's not, I don't use all 4 of these, I just use 2. It's basically like Joy-Con. You should be able to play the game with the Joy-Con, okay? So, right now, let me just see if I can, yeah, there we go. If I'm holding the attack button, or if I'm trying to attack, right, in a direction, attack, attack, attack. If I press the direction first and then I press the attack, obviously I'm going to start moving in that direction first. And in the game, the ability system that I've created and the parry system, there are 4 elements in the game, and they correspond to the 4 buttons and the 4 directions that the buttons are in. So this is the top button, the bottom button, left button, right button, and then the directions up, down, left, right map to how you steal those abilities from enemies. So in order to make a directional parry in the game, you need a way to be able to backstep like that. Okay? That's like a core thing. Backstep, but also down or up or forward. The only way to do that is to have a button that locks you in when you do that. So either a lock on or whatever. But hey, thank you so much for the raid, Bouncy. I'm just explaining some input model stuff for my game. So if I don't want to have to press a button and a direction and an attack button at the same time, if I don't want to have to do 3 inputs at once, I can get around that by making it just be hold the attack button and press a direction. Okay, this becomes a little bit like the tilt attacks in Smash Brothers. So there's a little bit of a precedent for this. Okay. Is it on Steam? Not yet. It is on itch as a demo. So holding the button basically becomes the stance, which is contextual, but it's still 2 buttons for input. I think it's intuitive enough. So following that model, that's where I get the dodge roll thing. Where I hold the button, which is the same button to run and sprint. You can sprint as well, or you can roll. And currently, I'm not teaching you this, but there is a condition here, which is if you are running, you have to release the button to get into a roll. You have to release it, hold it, and then press it. Now, that feels a little bit clunky, but it's supposed to be less accessible. It's supposed to be, because it's supposed to be a deliberate action that you take in the middle of combat. You shouldn't be able to spam the roll. It's supposed to be like when you see an enemy doing an attack that you can't dodge or whatever, you go, okay, I have to do the thing. And when you do it right, you do it right. So some of that like clunk, it's intentional, because it on the flip side, everything else, like the platforming is really accessible, right? Like you should be able to platform really easily. But rolling has iframes. So if I'm going to give you the option to completely not get hit by anything, that should cost more than, it should be harder to access, and it should cost more than, than just running around. Is there a game mechanic reason for walk versus run? Honestly, it's because a lot of this game is about the world that you're in. And when there are RPG elements where you're going through towns and talking to NPCs, I want you to roleplay a little bit. So there is a walk just because I like the idea of you being able to like just appreciate the art that I made for you, and to walk through environments, and to not constantly be thinking about sprinting all the time. I don't want you to have to like be hauling ass through the whole game. Like that's not the game, right? It's not Celeste, right? Or whatever. So that's why. A lot of it, and it's interesting because it's like what I'm doing with this stuff, and I guess what all developers do when you make control inputs, is you are creating the language through which the player expresses themselves in the game. In actual human languages, I think there's studies to show that people's psychology changes based on the language they use. Like, some people say that their personality changes when they speak a different language. Just their temperament, their tone of voice, the kinds of things they say They don't just translate what they would have said in their native language to a different language. They think different things. So the way I feel about this is that it's not, my goal is to not make the game as accessible as possible, necessarily. Sometimes I want it to be accessible, sometimes I don't. So what I want is for you to have the experience that gets the most value out of what the game is, right? If I let you run 3 times faster, that might feel better, but you wouldn't appreciate any aspect of the game. You might be able to run past the enemies if you could run faster, right? And then you wouldn't have to fight them, right? So it's not, I'm not trying to like slow you down. I'm trying to get you accustomed to a speed that works for the game. And this is the same thing. I feel the same way about, just as a brief aside, this is, I feel extremely passionate about this particular topic. Lots of developers, lots of like indie solo developers or like small development teams. The first thing that they do when they make a game is learn how to make it flashy. Right? They learn how to make it fast and how to make it feel like when you press an attack button, the hitbox comes out immediately. When you jump, the character's up in the air immediately, like frame 1. They're just like, phew! There's this thing about immediate feedback that feels good, right? In the short term, it feels good for stuff to happen in a really fast, snappy way, right? Lots of visual effects, lots of whatever. That's great for certain kinds of games, but if you're biased in the direction of making it feel good because it's fast, you will never be able to give the player an experience that feels good slow, because there are other aspects to feedback than just the speed of the feedback, right? There's also anticipation, right? Like the weight of a heavy attack, if it takes longer to swing, can feel better. It doesn't feel more accessible, but it feels better. That's the difference. So like, I don't know if this will work. So like this attack takes 1, 2. It takes a whole second to come out, right? Why is that good? Why do who would want to wait a whole second between pressing the button and the hitbox coming out? That doesn't feel good. I would prefer for the hitbox to come out straight away. Well, yeah, you would prefer it, but that doesn't feel better just because it's what you want, right? So the question is, why should that be any different? Why should that conversation be any different when we're talking about the hit of like the attacks and their speed, or the player's walk speed, or any other element of the game? Like, you could say something like, players don't want to read text, so we should just take the text out of the game and just have like rolling dialogue, you know, that's spoken while they're running around. Like, sure, but like, there is value in the written word, and maybe there are other ways to get people to appreciate text than just getting it out of the way, right? I hate the idea that like, if you want things to feel better, that you have to make them faster and lighter and out of the way and invisible. Like, I just don't, or like immediate, right? Like, just like cut everything, make everything look as pretty as, like, not pretty, but like as fast as possible, right? I don't think immediacy of feedback. It just feels like the TikTokification of game development, you know? That's how I feel about it. Like, it's the same thing about like with videos. Some people watch my YouTube videos and they say, They say, wow, I loved, like I have a Dark Souls essay video, and some people say, wow, I love the time you took to build this story. This was such an engaging video. This was great. You should make more videos like this. And other people say, it took you 15 minutes to get to the point. What a waste of a video. Like, some people like things that are a bit more like measured, right? They're just a bit more like you can digest them and you can appreciate them. It's not always about just like getting exactly what you want all the time immediately. That's not to say that like fast-paced games are bad, but you should be able to, like, as a designer at least, I feel like there is something to learn in making a game that's slower. And I think that players can appreciate slower games when the other aspects of feedback are handled well. But Hollow Knight is exactly the example of a game that I think violates this principle. Hollow Knight is an immediate game. Hollow Knight's attack buttons come out straight away. The jump arc is like this ugly, like vertical linear jump. Like, I don't particularly like Hollow Knight's character controller. You might, then that's great, but I don't. Hey Yo-Yo Bob, how's it going? I will say, I don't think that my game is perfect. That's why I'm getting feedback. But what we're having is like a more philosophical question about what good game design is and what kinds of player feedback are objective versus subjective. That's what we're talking about. Hey Anthony, welcome. What's wrong with Hollow Knight's character controller other than the jump velocity stops on a dime feel weird? Well, I think for me that is one of the issues. For me, Hollow Knight's jump arc doing this is, I don't like it. It's not my taste. I'm sure that there are games I'm sure that was intentional, but for me, there's just like, it lacks nuance. It doesn't feel like I play a game like Smash Brothers and I'm like, wow, look at how carefully all of the character controls for all the different characters work to be like balanced and to give me the exact experience that they're trying to. And then there's like a triangle. Maybe in Hollow Knight that's okay. Like, the other thing that I dislike about Hollow Knight in general, and again, this is maybe a genre thing, maybe personal taste. I don't really like the fact that Hollow Knight, your hurt box, right? The thing that you're trying to protect from getting hit, and your hitbox are essentially like this. When the game's screen, or enemies, their equivalent is like this. So like you constantly have to dance in and out of the hit range because you can't hit far enough, right? Unless you get the nail extensions. I understand nail extensions. Unless you get the longer sword or whatever. But what that means is that it incentivizes the game to make the attack hitboxes come out very quickly, and for the controls to be essentially linear and immediate, because if the character was slower, it would feel unfair because it's already hard to like get in and hit an enemy without getting hit because the enemies are so much bigger and their hits are so much wider. But what that does is it means that the game becomes essentially a platformer that happens to have hitboxes in it. And maybe that's what they wanted to make, and that's fine. It's totally, there's nothing wrong with that in a Metroidvania. But when I reflect on the game that I'm trying to make with Insignia and the design decisions that I'm having to come up with when it comes to dealing with enemies, like my games, the challenge is more about the decisions that you make in which, like how you deal with a hitbox. Do you parry upwards? Do you backstep? Like, do you dodge roll? There are like, it's not just about, are you in range or out of range? It's, did you make the right choice? And this is much more of a Smash Brothers-y, Street Fighter-y thing. And the kind of gamble for this game, like the mission statement, is that I can make a side-scrolling action-adventure game that's not just based on that Metroidvania tradition, that Mega Man kind of like thing, where you're just trying to like move really, really quick and like just either hit the enemies before they hit you or whatever. That's not really what I'm going for. And that happens to be a lot easier to make. This is really hard to make this, but I've decided to pursue this. That's like what my vision is. And a lot of the compromises or quirks about the character controller have come from like years of trying to experiment this down into something that meets that definition. Like when I'm playing Street Fighter, there's this feeling that I get when I'm playing it when you're backed into a corner. When you're in a corner in Street Fighter, it's extremely uncomfortable. There's this feeling of like, oh shit, I can't back away. Like I can't get out of this space that I'm in. The only thing I can do is make the right decision. I have to pick an option. So it's like scissors, paper, rock, or rock, paper, scissors in the United States. This space where you can't use running away to get out. You have to use rock, paper, scissors to pick the right option. That's the fighting game like ethos. That's like where fighting games live. And there's a little bit of what you call footsies and spacing as well, like playing right on the edge of that range between you and an enemy. To me, that's something beautiful that I wanted to explore in a side-scrolling game. Whereas like, if this game felt like Hollow Knight, I wouldn't be able to do the stuff that I'm doing with the combat. I wouldn't be able to have like, this fight would not play out the same way. You wouldn't be able to stand this close to an enemy, right? And engage with them. Like the enemies don't hurt you when you touch them in Insignia, because you didn't do something wrong by standing close. Like it should feel like you're watching Smash Brothers. So for me, that's just me as a designer. That's the game I'm making. And if I made all of those things, if I made all that stuff faster and more accessible and less clunky and more flashy, the balance would disappear. It wouldn't feel good anymore. You would be able to run around enemies. You'd be able to jump over them. You'd be able to run away from them faster than they could chase you. You'd be able to jump like out of the way of attacks. Like there's so much stuff that the game that sorry to go on a bit of a rant here. Let me show you something. This document full of these pages, this document and 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 this document, all of these pages started in October a year and a half ago, where I was here. Somewhere I was in this. I created this document for this purpose, where I was like, I think this is the closest example to it. I was like playing the game, and I was like, this game feels bad. It doesn't feel like what I wanted it to feel like. That was the first. That was like the feeling that I had in October 2022. I was like, something's wrong. Like you have so much control in the game that the enemies aren't a threat, and in fact, they're kind of a nuisance. Like you could just run past the enemies, and there's nothing they can do to stop you. Why would you enjoy fighting the enemies like this? That was the first. That was the moment that I felt like I need to fix this problem. And it started with this question about jump height, because I was working on the character controller, right? And I was like, I would set the jump height to something that felt good. I would set the attack speed to something that felt good. I would set all of the properties of the player character to just stuff that just felt good to do. And when you don't have all of the pieces in, when all you've got is the speed that it comes out in, well, you tend to just make it faster, right? Making them jump higher, because it feels better, right? If they run faster and they jump higher and they attack faster, like that feels better than it's slower in the immediate time. But I realized that the game feel at a broader level, it didn't feel like it had any tension in it, because there was no risk anymore, because you could just outmaneuver all the enemies. So I was looking at like ways that I could limit the player character. Like the loudest thing that I felt working on the game was, I need to slow the game down. That was where all of this started. All of this, everything that I've got here in all these files started with that prompt. Was, I need to slow the game down. So maybe Dave, for you, this isn't the kind of game you would ever make. Maybe it's not the kind of game you would ever play. But for me, in my design space, on my journey, that's where I was at. We can talk about why I decided to go in that direction, why that's the kind of game that I'm making. That's fine. But we're talking about genre. It's a genre question. It's not a better versus worse question. And if you think that it's a better versus worse question, you will never design games outside of the genre that is like that I'm talking about. You're just always going to be making like stuff that feels more like this. Like, oh no, this isn't a different graph. Ignore that. But you're always going to be making stuff that feels like you're running and gunning, basically. And if you like that, that's great. But if you want to make something that's more contemplative, you can't make it so fast that the decisions can always be undone by the player by just pressing more buttons. Like being punished for making one decision and having that decision be wrong. I mean, that's where Dark Souls came. That's how the whole Souls genre exists. It exists because the player character is like this clunky, slow thing, and you have one button that can stop giant boss swords from destroying you. And if you press it too early, you die. If you press it too late, you die. You have to be like methodical and careful, and you have to make good decisions. And if you stand in the wrong spot, that's what I'm trying to go for. But I want that to happen at a slower pace. I want the decisions to be more important and to matter more. I don't want there to be lots of decisions happening all the time. I want there to be one decision per exchange, right? I don't want you to be able to go attack. If you do that in my game, I might have failed you. The game won't be fun for you if you go, like, it's just not the game I'm making. Right, but that's why I don't call Insignia a platformer. That's why when I talk about Insignia's platforming, and it's been a challenge, like no doubt, like getting Insignia's platforming in a place where it works with the combat has been a real challenge. And you can see in the more recent stuff that I'm doing, the platforming is now more based on ability usage. That's why the abilities exist, because the base character controller shouldn't be so powerful. Like, that's the other thing. If the base character controller can do all the things, what room is there for the player to get excited about learning more powerful abilities? If you can already move really, really fast and you can already attack really, really quickly, I can't give you anything 5 hours into the game that makes the experience better. It has to be hard to start with so that it can get easier when you get more powerful. That's how you design progression. Yeah, that chart was something that I created on stream a little while ago. We can talk about it. Let's see if I got it. This was more to do with replay value in games. So it was more like crafting an experience that has more replay value versus less replay value, and how games that have lots of replay value tend to be more, if there's more replay value, it's because the elements get shuffled around, like procedural level design in, say, Rogue Legacy, right? That game has replay value because every time you play it, you get a different experience. But that means that the experience is not based on what the first door looks like, or the first room, or the second room, or the third room. It's about like the sort of hazy, shape of the experience in the first couple of hours. Whereas in more linear games that are more hard-coded, like an RPG, the story is the thing that makes it valuable, but that, almost by definition, changes the replay value into a space that's more about sentimentality and less about getting a new experience every time. If you play The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, that game is the same game every time, and you talk to the same characters in the same order. The replay value is based on whether or not you really like that story and want to live in that world. But for the story to be a thing that you can talk to your friends about, it needs to be the one story, right? Like, you can't really say, well, in my, like, is it Disco Elysium? The one with the, I think it's Disco Elysium. This game, my friend had a great experience playing it. He loves it. He thought this was an incredible game. I'm sure it is an incredible game, but what I understand about this game is that the story has so many branching paths. It's so broad that, like, I'm not sure that if I played it, I would even have the same story as him. Like, I don't even know if we could talk about it together. You know what I mean? That's a beautiful thing, but it means that the game lives more on this side than on this side. So I was also talking about, I think this came from a conversation about early access, because I think games that are good for early access tend to be games that live in this space. So I think like Stardew Valley is really, really good for early access, like sandbox games, because they have space for the player to create their own story, right? You have your own choice on how you want to build the game out, and that changes your experience with it. You could say, oh, I made this garden and I put the flowers here, and then I put the farmhouse here, and the chickens go here, and that's different for me, and it's special for that reason. So having there be like your own story, that's, you could probably put that over here as well. It's just kind of a little different because this is more about procedural gameplay and this is more about like player expression. But both of these are different from this, which is more about basically creating like a book in a game, right? So yeah, I mean, like I think just one final note on both of these bridging conversations we've just had about like combat inputs and also about like game design in general, about feedback and about replay value and how that relates to playtesting. I'm gonna put a big bow on the last half an hour. Okay. If you are getting into game design, and some very, very experienced game designers and companies abide by this model. So I'll put it this way. A very viable way to make games, in my opinion, is to just follow feel, right? Is just have something small, show it to people, get their opinions on it, and develop it into the path of least resistance in terms of what it wants to be. So Overwatch is an example of that, I think, where they wanted to make an MMO. They made something smaller than an MMO because they needed to make something because they were forced by a deadline. They got a lot of feedback and they kept iterating on the game in the direction of that feedback, and it ended up being a team-based shooter, right? And the balance of the game changed wildly over the course of its first couple of years. And where it is today is based on the fact that they're beholden to the players. That's fine. Whether or not the game is fun or not, that's sort of a separate thing. But in terms of making a viable product, that's an option you can take where you involve, you just try to make the game more fun than it is now and you follow what works. But that's not really like, so that's one thing you can do. And another thing you can do is have a vision, right? And you can try to make the vision work. Now, making the vision work is not always a guaranteed way to succeed because your vision just might be a bad idea. Like it might be that you have some concept for two genres merging and for some unforeseen reason, it's just, once you implement it, there's something about the two things that clash and it doesn't work out. If you follow the first method, you will never explore that territory. You'll never find the secret fun in some merging of two genres or whatever. And if you do follow that method, it's not guaranteed that you will, but you might. And your game will be, I think that for me, the games that I'm most excited about making are games that explore spaces that I'm inspired to pursue, right? Like it's not just, I'm making a game, I want my players to be happy, like just give them the most easy, because all I would be doing, if I wanted to make this game in a way that was like definitely a success, do you know what I would just do? I would just take Celeste and I would just make that. But how many games do that? Like they just take a successful game that came out like 2 years ago and they just do that again. Those games aren't bad. Those games aren't, they're not worth less for it, but they have to compete with each other. All of the Celeste clones have to compete. So like, if you want to just bank on you being able to make the most best Celeste clone and market it really, really well, like yeah, like that's a valid business strategy. But I don't want to be in the business of doing that. Like I'm just not interested in that. You know? I probably wouldn't be making games if the games that I was making, if the business strategy was just find a game formula that works and make that. I just wouldn't do it. But there's a risk there. Like I might offend people with this control scheme. Like people might not like it. And maybe when all is said and done, Insignia will be a game that feels like it's a compromise of two different things. Maybe the platforming and the combat don't gel the way that they ought to, and it's just not as fun as if it was a straight platformer or a straight fighting game or whatever. Like maybe. But I'm I'm only interested in working on the game because of the prospect of discovering something interesting at the intersection of those two genres. Because I think that the thing that I can make, if it's true, if there is valuable gameplay real estate there, it will be more meaningful to me. Maybe, I hope to you as well. Like, you'll say, oh, like, I never played a game like this before. Like, it feels different in a way that I like. Or I also feel like the game that I'm making has a story. The world that the story is set in has a tone. I want the gameplay to match the tone of the world and the story. My hypothesis is that if the gameplay matches the story in the way that it feels, that you will have a better connection to the character. I'll be able to build a better story if I do that. Maybe that's a bit poetic. Maybe that's a bit wanky. Maybe. It's fine. I mean, like, Celeste doesn't feel like the story, right? Playing Celeste and I guess watching the story of Celeste are like two completely different games. Like, one's a platformer and one's like a story about, like, you know, anxiety and personal discovery and, you know, whatever. So maybe you could say there's a link between the anxiety of going through the levels. There are definitely gameplay elements that really tap into it, like when the shadow version of Madeline, when the shadow version is chasing you. Like, that's a really interesting conceptual thing. That's art. But I think it's more like, I mean, there's kind of always a bit of ludonarrative dissonance because you want there to be fun on the journey. And Celeste is a story about someone who gets in too deep and realizes that what's making it too deep is themselves, and that discovering themselves and accepting who they are is like a part of it's a metaphor for, you know, that's climbing the mountain. The only way you climb the mountain is if you know, that's fine. There's always going to be a bit of how do you make that a fun game or whatever, but you know, that's the challenge of making video games. So I don't think that the correct mindset is to just abandon that, though. I think like it's still worth. It might be an impossible pursuit, but it's worth doing because if you get close, people appreciate it. I think, like Shadow of the Colossus, for example. I feel like that game as a piece of art works. I think it works artistically. You know, like you really feel, not just because the game is telling you to feel a certain way. You feel a certain way because of the dynamics of the game. You know? Like the gameplay of Shadow of the Colossus makes you feel the things that the story is trying to make you feel. You are very intelligent. I don't know if that's true. Do you know, one of the things that I'm guilty for in my life is like overcomplicating things. So in my mind, do you know, when I think about like the opinions that I have, when I think about the things that I think and whether or not they're worth thinking, I'm like 50-50 in my life. One side is like, oh, dude, you just overcomplicate things. You just want things to be complicated. And the other side is like, no, you get it. And if you follow, if you just push, you'll find the thing that other people don't find because they don't push that hard, you know? Like, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I definitely get humbled all the time when it comes like me thinking all these things does not make me necessarily a particularly intuitive game designer. Like having all these opinions, like these philosophical outlooks on like what makes a good game. I make something and then people go, I don't know. So the only thing there is that I do have like a workflow, like a process that I rely on, that I can depend on, which is iteration. Like the design process makes it so that some of that stuff doesn't really matter if you can get it right the first time, if you have a good design process. Because if you have a good design process, your ability to fix it is the thing that's rewarded, not just your ability to like shoot 3-pointers, you know? Hey, Warner. I don't have any clinkers for you, buddy. We ran out of them yesterday. We don't have any more. I'm gonna have to refund you that one. Sorry, pals. You know, I know that like Dave, it wasn't your intention to like have me go down this railroad all the way down. Sometimes you just get there on your own. I'm just like that. Unfortunately. Sometimes I get on a roll. How do I get this redemption? Reward request queue. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, and Swizz redeemed 5 minutes of focus mode. Swizz is like, Adam, shut the fuck up. Hey, did we hit a hype train? Lego Gaming, thank you so much for the sub. Maho, thank you for the sub. Nah, it's my stream. All right, we will do the focus mode though if you really want. Oh, not like that, like that. All right, cool. So, hype train is out. Okay. Level 55. All right, we'll get back to focus mode. What I'll actually do is after we do the choo-choo, I'll take a break. And thanks for the bits, Swizz. I'll take a break and then we'll come back and then we'll do focus mode. Hey, Yogurt Jones. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. Pixel Expedition. How do you make games? Well, it all started at the dawn of time. So, you know what? We might close this test and change it and reiterate on it completely. But for now, I think I will distribute this as it is. Which means the next thing would be to write the test criteria. Or maybe we don't do the test criteria yet. Maybe I distribute this and I just leave the test form empty, and then you guys can tell me if it feels like a valuable test. How's that? You can test the test and tell me if it passes your test. And then I'll add the feedback form later. Okay. And then we just push that. So, pals, what's going on? How you feeling? I do think that hazards are a good thing to add here. I think if I was if I have them, I should put them in. I just don't know if I have any hazards actually in the game right now. I don't have like... What I would need is like something that, like something that's like swinging in and out of the play space, like a womp. You guys know like they're called womps in Mario Brothers. They just like drop down on you and then like come back up and then drop down. Something like that is what we would need in this space to test out the different, like to test out the defensive options, like healing, thwomps. There you go. To test out like the healing and the dodge rolling, and without having an enemy there, that would be what it would need to be. Maybe womps are different. Those are thwomps. What the hell's a womp? There's a womp and a thwomp? Oh, that's womp. They're so similar. It's the same. It's just this guy falls on you and thwomp drops on you. All right. Do I have accent redeemed for thwomp? Do I even have anything that would meet that description in the game? Maybe now is the time. Oh, the bookcases. That's the closest thing I've got. I'm not putting them in this room. Don't. Badger please don't make me do that. Please don't make me do that. I'll give you 2 sentences of that. Okay? And then that's all you get. Starting from now. Okay. We need to add an element that punishes the player for standing in the wrong spot. Jesus Christ. No more. That's all you get. Maybe like traps would be interesting. It should be a hide for Mario 64. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Do you think that it's worth designing and developing a trap specifically for this scene? I mean, I would be able to put it in other parts of the game. This is, oh man, not to go down a rabbit hole, but when people ask me when I mention to people that I get sidetracked often, or that I tend to work on different things at different times, like the reason why I don't time box my work into deadlines is this reason, right? Should there be hazard in the game? Maybe. Would this test be better if there was a hazard right now? Yeah. Does that mean I should work on it right now? Without deadlines, sure, why not? I mean, if it's going to go in the game, I might as well put it here. It probably is, and actually, it's probably telling that for me to educate the player on this system, it might be worthwhile to have a stationary hazard, you know, that just shoots things down a specific, vertical track. Like, Like, that's valuable in teaching the player how the game works. So, you know. Actually, I do have something like that. I'll just bring it in. It's kind of story based. It's not very obvious how it works. But it's this cluster of arrows in the ground. Yeah. It's just a bunch of arrows, and when you stand where the arrows are, you might get hit. That's all it really is. I guess I'll put them here. Maybe just... Here? That's not what it is. There must be another script that goes along with it. Well, the whole room is full of pots that have items that you heal with. I don't think it's a great example anyway. You might just like take damage and go, what the hell was that? But maybe for this test it's okay. Just don't know where to put it. I think I'll put it here, and I'll move this stuff over. What? Whoops. I don't think I need the cutscene. But now you're not going to take damage. Well, the cutscene's going to break. Oh, I should have made it two different objects. I'd have to split up the script. I don't think this is the right way to do this. And maybe I should have made that in another world a more reproducible component. I'll figure something out. But not right now. It's still worth having something in the game that can damage you if you touch it or if you stand in the wrong spot. I don't know what that should be though. For now, I'm just going to leave this be. All right, I'm going to take a break. Pals, thank you so much for being here and watching so far. If you're keen to support the stream, you can just sit tight while I try to run these ads, and that's all you need to do. That supports the stream. So thank you so much. I'll see you in a bit. Yo, I'm back. Okay. Hello. Hey, ETS Ulrika, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. All right. Now. If we run the game at the specified URL, should be able to play it. We still have this screen scaling issue, but if you play in full screen, it's no problem. Oh! Only one test. Did it finish? Maybe it didn't finish. GitHub. Oh, it didn't finish. Something broke. Really? It failed with execute 133. Does that mean it's got compile errors typically? Is it not compiling? Scripts have compiler errors. What? What? Which script? UI focus group. At what? 42? No? Am I confused? What am I missing here? How does it think that there's errors, but there aren't any? Like if the game ran, then why, how could there be? How will they know? Still. Test selection menu. Ah! Well, that'll do it. So weird. All right. Don't worry. So, that's right, Dingus. It didn't build. I don't know if you missed that. It's still the old one. We need to wait another 10 minutes because it didn't compile. Okay, so what should we work on? Another test? The testing criteria? I guess I'll do the testing criteria tonight, I think. Is it supposed to show? That's right, tickets. Did I do a form? I haven't done a form, but that's because we're not sure if the contents of this test should be what they are. In which case, I don't want to get negative feedback and then change the test drastically. Because it'll be voided feedback. Is it supposed to run slow in the browser? It's not supposed to run slow ever. It might just be your PC. I don't know. It runs pretty well on my PC. What PC are you running? Hello. IndieTales. That's not what it is. Uncatchable says, oh, okay. Are you running on a Mac? Like what? Are you running on Linux? Wait, Swizz, the game doesn't run well on your PC either? My TI-89. The game should be running at 100 FPS on a calculator. On Chrome, on Windows? Every time or sometimes? Chrome on Mac. That's not very good. Sorry, Mac users. Yeah, if you full screen it, Lemsil, it'll work. I currently don't have a solution for that. I don't know why it does that. I think... No, I don't know why it does that. I think it's trying to pick the nearest screen resolution. It might actually be a script that I wrote that does that. Because I'm a dingus. But I will need to... I don't know, I need to review it. If I make it, what is it, 960 by 540? I mean, the game's supposed to run at whatever resolution you throw at it. It doesn't look particularly good at that resolution, but at 640, it should fill the screen. I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't. It might be some code that I'm using to determine the resolution of the game. So like the difference between the window size and the computer size, like the computer's full screen size might be what I'm using to determine how big the thing should be rendered. Cool. So maybe we do something. Maybe we do a hazard. Project setting using native. Native what? Resolution? I don't know. right now the default canvas width is 1280 by 720. But I don't know what it ought to be set at. Unity resolution for itch.io. Hey, that's exactly what's happening, I think. Oh, thanks. That's right. Yeah. The button collision is when it's in the bottom left, you hover over the point where the actual button would be. Yeah, it's weird like that. I think it might be me. It might be code that I wrote that's doing this, that I might have to throw away. It's in the... I have this thing that's called video settings. And it's checking a bunch of stuff to do with your screens, your game resolution. What I should do is try exporting the game to maybe like an iframe that I can scale the window, and it scales the game inside of it, and see at what breakpoints. Because I think my game might be rendering to specific breakpoints. Like 3 years ago, I wrote some code that I'm basically locking it to full pixel counts. Take the screen resolution, see how many times the native fits inside, crop the remainder, and use that as a pixel scale. So what this was originally intended for was if you had some crazy, ridiculous resolution like 2000 by 2000, that the game would run inside of it gracefully. Now it's not doing that, which is weird. There we go. So you end up with something like this, where it will fit at the closest full pixel resolution that it can, and it will black bar everything else. It might be that setting... Oh, I wonder if that's what you have to do. I'm going to try that right now. Wait a second, did you see that? Oh, that's after you full screen it. Oh, I think it might be that setting, because if you full screen it and then minimize it, it fills the whole screen. So let's start the game. Go to the player control test. Let's go into it. Let's go to settings, video, full screen, done. Then it fits. So whatever it's doing inside that full screen function, part of what that is should be processed at startup all the time. It's cool that it actually passes the full screen thing. And I guess I need to add some pixels below for this thing. We'll see if we can fix that now. That would be good to fix that. now you're seeing more of that full screen button. Okay. At the very least, you can see, you can't see it right now, but you can see the Insignia and then the full screen button, so that's good. And I think, yeah, what you're seeing here is that this is 640 by 360. I think that's like the full resolution. Or at least it's trying to be. What size is that? $850 by 450? What the heck? 850 by 480. So it's not even any it's not. It's literally doing the opposite of what I would have wanted it to do anyway. Okay. Does coding ever get boring? No. I don't get bored by it. It depends. Well, it depends on what you're coding. That's like saying, does writing ever get boring? It's like, well, if you're writing test criteria, it can get boring. If you're writing a novel, it's not boring. You know? "12 minutes, still building. That's a long time to be building. Unseasonably long. Alright, I'll just let that go. Yeah, it's a shame that it's not doing this. Is it difficult to get in? Yes and no. It depends on what it is you're trying to get into. Independent games, you just learn it yourself. But making a business out of that's very hard. And then AAA is like, it's hard, but it's hard to get a... AAA is easy to get into if you don't care what you're doing in AAA. If you care about having creative control in AAA, it's harder. So like if you just want to be like someone who's working on textures for a big game, you can do that. But you'll be working on textures, you know? It's that kind of thing, I think. Like they'll always take more hands, but it's just, you don't get to necessarily be a chef. What do you use to track your game? I use Git through GitHub. Key bindings for Sprite. I mean, just the keys. B for brush, E for erase, Z for scrub, Control to select a layer, space if you want to move, for panning. Just learn the key bindings. Alt for picking a color. The shading, okay, the shading brush is so complicated sometimes. So this, you need to select colors in the palette to do that. It actually says it there in very, very dark gray. Which means you kind of have to do it. I don't think you can select colors that aren't in the palette, but you can add colors to the palette if they're not in it already. If you're in RGB mode and you make some color, you can hit this exclamation mark to add it to the palette. So you don't have to, you know, you don't have to suffer just because you didn't have them to the palette. You can also go here, here, and then go new palette from Sprite. And you can just add all the colors that are on the canvas to the palette. So you could have like all kinds of nonsense here. If you want to do shading with them, just add them all to the palette and then rearrange them properly. And then you don't have to drag, but I have them arranged so that I can drag. You can just hold shift and press select. Mm-hmm. All right. How are we doing? It is building. 15 minutes. That is very long. Disco Almond. Okay. So the test, today is like the first day where, you know, I don't really necessarily want to remain full steam ahead on the test from here. Like, this is something that I can spend a day on, adding tests ad infinitum if I want to. You know, we could just have like 20 tests. And I guess it's a question of strategy long term. If the challenge now is, you know, get all the tests out of the way, or continue building the game, or just think about marketing. Back in November, I think it was, or early December, we were here talking about funding. That was the core conversation we were having. Added feedback in the Insignia feature test channel. Okay. Did you make a new thread? Was it bug-based feedback? Just make sure you are rebind controls bug. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. That's actually that's good feedback. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm not sure like what the best way to field that feedback is, whether it should be one thread with messages in it or multiple threads. Not sure. I think it probably should be one thread with multiple messages in it for different bugs, but it doesn't matter right now. I can sort it out as long as we're not getting inundated. Okay. So, strategic roadmap right now is... Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yoga. Sorry, I'm just having some trouble breathing. I did. I made all the broadcast UI. Hey, way to go. So, yeah, I'm going to need a second to think about this stuff. It's a hard context shift. Maybe it would be good to think about this stuff in like a bit of a timeline with like a calendar. So today, it's the 9th of January. Oh, it fixed. It's up. Should we have a look? I don't really deal in deadlines, but you know what I mean. Yay. Is that? Oh no! Nothing's happening. What bug is this? Things aren't work. Wait, there must be a compiler. There must be an execution error that's causing that to happen. That's typically because now everything's not really behaving the way it should. It's very strange. Yeah, that's pretty buggy. The pot's health is actually 10 million. Deadlines will come and will be required for Insignia to be a success no matter what. At a certain point. Took a moment for sword sound effects to kick in though. No, there shouldn't be. There may not be sword sound effects in there at the moment. I wonder how I'm going to find out what the bug is. How will I test this? Because this is all working fine, but there wasn't anything to destroy in this scene. So how will I know? Good thing I'm not taking feedback on it yet. Hey, Cinnamon Duck. Yeah, I think what's happening is there's a bug that's causing an execution error, and I can't see it because it's not. Okay, here we go. I don't know what that is. Incompatible delegate types. And I don't know which of these hurts the game. God, if you guys give me feedback on this not working, I'll be very upset with you. I know it doesn't work. Don't overload me. That's not funny. I'm too busy. So that looked like it happened straight away. Yeah. Yeah. Argument exception. Argument cannot be null. I wish I could be more specific than this. All right. I'm just gonna have to take it offline, I think. All right. I'll just watch this. Watch how quickly I can take it offline. Should be 2 minutes and it'll be gone. Okay, so that's a shame. I'll have to address that tonight. Let me put it in my to-do list. Fix Insignia. Okay. Fix Insignia. Hi, guy across space. Thank you so much. All right. It's a shame. It happens. Can't always get it right the first time. So, back to strategy. Let's talk about it. 2024. So the reason I don't deal in deadlines is because I can't always go faster than I can go. So what I think I care about is the Screen Australia grant. And it's more a question of can we meet the next submission period? That's the question. Am I missing something? Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Sometimes setting a realistic deadline is impossible if there are too many unknown factors. So instead, I just focus on velocity because I would rather work as hard as I can and feel good about it than work as hard as I can and feel like I failed. And even change plans. If I set a deadline and the thing that I set a deadline for is suddenly appears to be infeasible or not the best course of direction, adapting without the deadline, it feels fine. It just feels like a normal thing to do. But with the deadline, there's this sunk cost fallacy of like, oh, but I set this deadline. What was the thumbnail of the two dudes? That was Super Wog. It was a YouTube channel from a few years ago, an Australian channel. Okay, so when is the next round? And is this the fund that I want? This is the 100k fund. But I wouldn't set a release date for Insignia until the game was basically done. You just don't set one. Like, if there are unknowns, like making a game is about refining the product from something that is full of unknowns to only knowns to just a to-do list. Finishing the knowns, right? Like just the tasks. At the time when I can say, okay, the game is in a shape where we know exactly what it is and what's left is just a series of tasks to do, like polish this thing, fix that, add animations to these enemies, blah, blah, blah. That's a quantifiable thing that you can set a deadline for, at which point you can set a release date. But if I'm like, like if I set a deadline now for the game's release, what would I set? How could I set that? Like I just don't. Until the game is like a playable thing, how could I say? Like, I'll give you an example. I had a conversation with Nick Wozniak from Yacht Club. They were working on Shovel Knight, King of Cards. It was a DLC. They finished the content for that, and then a year later, they were able to release it. They had estimated that it would take them a couple of months after content completion. So they blew out the launch date by like 9 months or so, right? Because it just wasn't worth releasing prior to that point. So I would prefer to market something and launch it in a state that's good than set a date, market it, launch it, and have it not be good because it had to be rushed to release. And I think a publisher that would pressure the game to be launched at a deadline that was set without those securities in place, without knowing exactly what was left and lowering the risk, I wouldn't sign with a publisher like that. Unless that's how all publishers worked. But the point is that it's hard to estimate how long games take. Sometimes you make a game, it's finished, and the feedback that you get from playtesting is so poor that things that need to change are so drastic that you kind of have to go back, like, if you can afford to. I mean, I know that that's business. All business has risk, but like when a product is an unproven thing, it's much harder to set clear deadlines around when it will release. And I think games specifically are an industry where people are very, very, very judgmental about the thing as soon as they get access to it. So if I release the game and say, oh, we'll fix it after release, for example, if there are bugs or whatever, we set the deadline, we didn't have time to fix some of these bugs, that's too late, you know, for a lot of game projects. So we're looking at, when are the dates? Am I missing something? Ah, here. They may want that, but if I can't answer that, then maybe it's not time to sign with a publisher yet. Like, that's just the reality of it. There's no world where I could be convinced to promise something that I can't deliver on. Like, that's just lying to oneself, you know? Like, if I can't give that date, what am I supposed to do? Just lie? Like, just set one? So applications open 22nd of February to the 11th of April. Okay. Actually have a little... I don't want to do it that way. I think I want to work in like weeks. Maybe I will go back to this thing. But that's, I mean, that's the way it is then. Then like I have to be way more conservative about dates. You know, I said to the best of my ability 4 years ago, I said Insignia would be 2 years away. I wasn't able to do that, you know? So what do you do? And even very, 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 very good publishers and good game studios have trouble with this. So what am I supposed to do? Like, it's not a question of will. It's not a question of just convincing myself to be more accurate or better or whatever. I can't force something to happen that's not ready. Was that April? So all through March, the funding is still open? Did I get that right? 11th of April. Ah. I think that Swizz, I really respect what you're trying to say, and I to the extent that you're trying to encourage me to engage in like personal growth or whatever, I respect it. But I think there is a serious risk for me with this project. This is my entire livelihood, right? This is like, you know, I can't really afford to the idea of setting a deadline and not meeting it and having that hurt the release of the project would be a critical failure for the project. Basically, it would destroy, you know, I wouldn't have a second chance at that. So the idea of like it's not a question of like getting used to it. Like I can't afford to take certain risks. So my alternatives in this case, when it comes to like working on like there are some conditions, right, that need to be met in order for the game to release successfully. Okay. The first one is that Adam stays alive. That's the first one. Not to be grim or anything, but I need to be alive for the game to come out. Adam stays motivated. Adam stays productive. Okay. And then you could talk about things like, you know, Adam secures funding. Adam directs team appropriately. Adam navigates publisher relationship. Right at the bottom of this is Adam meets deadline. Well, actually before that is Adam sets deadline. And you might be able to say, you might say something like, well, this actually needs to come here. Okay, I'm saying with a solo project of this size, with this much at stake for me personally, this stuff is at risk if I can't maintain velocity, and if I can't maintain my personal, what's the word? Like sense of self as I'm working. Like I need to be allowed to be okay with not, what's the word? I need to be comfortable with just being able to do what I can do to some extent in order to work on the game. Like, I really, really, really wanted the game to take a certain amount of time. When it didn't, what were my options? I either could feel okay despite it, or I could, well, okay. You can set a deadline, right? Your options are meet or miss. In game development, a lot of the time you miss deadlines, right? Like something happens, you underestimated the amount of work, or something came up and it changed your ability to put the game out or to meet the deadline. It doesn't have to be the game's release, just whatever milestone. You miss a milestone, okay? If you miss a milestone, your options are accept or do not accept. And if you do not accept, then your question, as in you what's the word? It's either okay or not acceptable. If it's not okay, then there is blame. Let me just... Okay. And anything that was dependent on the deadline being met, this is also responsibility. Right? Over the risk that was put in place. This, if you can't create accountability is the thing that relates to this. Okay, you whether or not you can set a deadline, and whether or not you should consider yourself being able to meet it, and what happens if you don't meet it. That's accountability. This is something you can either the feasibility of a deadline and the accountability of the person setting it is something that it's not necessarily a personality thing. It's more objective than that. It's more just like, do you have the data necessary to make this deadline, to make this projection? And are you prepared to take on the risk if you miss it? It's a gamble. Every deadline is a gamble. And at a certain point, if the risk is low enough, you should be comfortable making that gamble, because life is a gamble. But you shouldn't just be setting deadlines just to set them, unless you're prepared to compromise what it is you're making. Because at some point, if the deadline's too important to sacrifice the contents of what you're making, then you have to be also okay with what happens if the thing that you submitted to meet the deadline isn't good enough. Yeah, so exposure therapy only works if the problem is psychological. If the problem is practical, exposure therapy is just hurting yourself. That's what I'm saying. You're just going to inflict trauma on somebody if you force them to do things that they can't do. You know what I mean? Like, I can either meet, and that's why you do feasibility studies. Like, I can either meet this deadline, right? For if we think of this as a deadline for me, I can either accept it or I can reject it. That's a practical question. It's not an emotional question. I either have the resources that I need to be able to submit a submission for a grant, or I don't. If I don't, I'm not going to feel bad about it. And I'm not going to say that I need this just because it's there. Like, all I can do is pick the path that's in front of me and try to pick the most viable passage. I don't think we're disagreeing really that much, Swizz. I just think we might have a different relationship with this kind of thing. Because, like, there'll be another one. And, like, because all of this, like, this is contingent on on the things that I need to do in order to have a successful campaign to me. So if I'm happy that what I've got is a successful campaign, then it's not really a question of like, you know, meeting the deadline or not. It's just like, the thing that is at risk inside of the deadline to meet it is just whether or not I can submit the application. That's fine. It's just I guess my only sentiment, like, I'm not against setting deadlines ever. I'm just saying that it's really, really important for any of you people because, okay, one step back, quick life lesson time or like advice time. When you are young and you're starting out in business or whatever, up until your professional career begins, every single milestone in your life, every deadline you're given through your education is set at an appropriate scope for you. Every assignment, every essay, whatever it is, you're given deadlines that they know you can reach because it's crafted for you to reach it. Once you break out of that, your idea about your own ability to do something is totally arbitrary. Whether or not your boss sets a deadline for you that makes sense or doesn't is not up to you. But your sense of self-perception about whether or not you should be able to meet it, if you've just been going through high school and university and whatever, like, you're just going to go, well, I got given this deadline, I have to meet the deadline. You might suffer if that's the mindset you have. If you allow yourself to become the thing that flexes when a deadline is set that is infeasible. So for me, a lesson that I've had to learn is that the only way for me to build the game, the only way for me to get up every morning for 7 years and sit down and be productive on the game is for me to not be concerned, at least at this point in the process, with how long I think it will take for me to do something. Right? That's valid. It's valuable in a lot of contexts, but it's not. If there is no scope for change, what does it matter when you set the deadline to? If you're only going to go as fast as you can go, who cares if you can meet it or not? Like, it's like you have a speed that you can run at. If you need to run 5 kilometers to get somewhere, you're going to get there at the speed you run at. You're not going to get there faster because you said you wanted to. So that's all it is. It's not that it's a skill that's not valuable. It's not that it's something that isn't necessary in business. It's super important, even in just teams in general, working with other people. People need assurances because they take on risk when they interact with you. Sure, really, really, really important. But I'm not going to be able to reach or not reach this deadline based on my psychology. That's not the thing that needs to change. Or it's not a factor, right? It's not like, oh yeah. So, 22nd of February to the 11th of April. April's pretty far away. That's actually kind of fine. January started on a Monday. It's not just that it's really important to me. It's just it would just be irresponsible if I 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another one. I just think it would be super irresponsible for me to operate on promises that I can't reach. That's all I'm really saying. Like, I just can't. There are just some things I can't promise, and it's not because I don't want to. It's because it's not practical for me to do that yet. And to the extent that I do promise outside of my scope, I get burned, and I've got experience getting burned, and I don't want to keep getting burned by it. And it's not emotionally, it's not for emotional reasons, although those are important. Like, yeah, of course I don't want to get burned because it hurts to get burned, but I also don't want to make mistakes because I'll lose the ability to keep trying at this thing. Like, the opportunity cost is the thing that I'm concerned about. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is the 5th row. No, I was right the first time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, okay. That looks way taller than it should. How is that even possible? What the heck? Is that really how long that is? I suppose so. Okay. Have I already had a Kickstarter for Insignia? Nope. But I'd like to one day. So, we are... I should probably take all of these. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare, I think. Oh, that would kind of work though. And then we take all of these days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So the 11th of April. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What? Please. Oh my goodness. Um, do I just make them all like that? Cool. Okay, so that's the time we have. Well, Ludum Dare would be after the submission period because the submission ends on the 11th. That's the Thursday. And it would be, Ludum Dare would be the Saturday for me, it wouldn't be the Friday. So it would be the 13th. No Steam page yet. Okay. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3. How many days until the 11th of April? Only 3 days. Okay. That sounds like a lot, but now let's take away 5/7 of that. A perfect number. 66 days. So 66 work days. Make it a prettier color than that. Okay. How do you balance life responsibility and finances? Oh man, it's a real challenge. So I am renting in a house and I do life to do with that. I cook and I clean and I tend the lawn and do the shopping and all that stuff. And obviously I try to see my parents once a week and I try to do recreation as well and try to stay sane. So this is kind of like tends to be like a 5. Hang on a second, these glasses are yucky glasses. Let me fix them. Ooh, nice glasses. Okay, yeah. So like I tend to think of the stream and the days that I stream as like my job, and typically the job will be like an 8-hour day, maybe a little less. But then in the weekends I tend to make up for that. So like last weekend was like I just worked the entire weekend. So I try to balance it like in terms of financially. It's kind of not like on its own. The stream, the Patreon, the everything makes up like maybe like 70% to 80% of like my weekly income needs to just like sustain development long term. And in the past, what I've done is pretty much just take on contract work as a UX designer, which I am qualified to do. to make up the difference. Sometimes it's actually, I mean, for the most of the project, it's been much less than that, like 50% of my needs. And I used to take on much more contract work, but I've been sort of like trying to phase out the contract work and do more, you know, more content creation, more development stuff. And right now I'm in like a very uncomfortable spot where it's sort of it's not quite there, but we're pushing a little bit on the content creation side to see if we can push it a little further. We're trying to get Patreon in a space where it's a little bit more enticing, and a lot of that to offset the need to do contract work. Like I got offered a contract today, basically, and I could take it, and it would mean that I'd be set for another 6 months. But it's like, do I want to do that and then let the engine of Insignia and IndieTales spin down a little bit and get to have my weekends? Or do I push the IndieTales engine a little harder and see if we can get it up to speed? That's where I'm at. It's not 6 months of nothing. It's like, it just means 6 months of me continuing to work on IndieTales. It's the extra 20% that I need to make my cost of living work for 6 months, something like that. But long term, it's not. Insignia isn't really. Sorry, IndieTales isn't really a long term strategy right now. Like, cost of living is not future. You know, it doesn't set you up for the future. It's just like my needs right now. I'm not saving at the moment for anything. I'm pulling from my savings. So getting a Steam page, it's pretty straightforward to get one, but for me, my biggest concern is that I want the Steam page to be a full thing. Like if it needs a video in order to be uploaded, I want that video to be like a decent trailer. I don't just want it to be like just some footage of the game. You know what I mean? And the capsule icon, I want it to be a good capsule icon, not just like one that I can drum together. So for me, like, all of the last 2 months plus has been outside of the alpha stuff, which is important too. It's been thinking about taking this stuff that's work in progress on the game and like, how do I package it into something that's marketable so that I can do funding? That's what we're talking about right now. The Steam page and funding is, to me, the same. It goes in the same bubble of like, I'm not working on the game, I'm working on marketing for the game. So that's what we're doing right now. So we've got, what did we say, 66 working days? I think that's right. We could count them. 66 working days to funding deadline. And this isn't full funding, this is 100k, which is, I do need to think about what I want to do with that money, because it needs to be spent. 90,000 of this 100,000 would need to be spent in Australia. So I would probably be looking to, what is the 100k? It's screen grant funding. No, I did not get it. It's if I do get it. We're planning for it. And in fact, that's part of getting it, is having an idea about what you're going to do with it. You need, for the submission, for the approval, you need to say what it is you want to do. So this would be probably best spent on, to be honest, marketing stuff. Like I would probably put a lot of the money that would go into this would be spent on like getting a trailer made up and you know, stuff that I would expect to then get the next funding thing going. So maybe not 100k of it, maybe like more like 60k of it, but like getting a composer to do like either a trailer theme or a main theme or a few different things. I'd like to sort of like workshop something with a composer to see if we can get a working relationship going. So securing a composer would be really great. And then basically setting up Yeah, the marketing identity. So if there are websites that I can't build, like the Insignia website, maybe I'm not the best person to build that. So if I was to outsource that, you know, the part of the 100K would go towards that. I would probably save at least 30% of it. I haven't really thought about this. This is me thinking out loud. I would need to save a fair portion of it as like living wages for myself. And then I would take the the IndieTales income, and I would use that to sort of help IndieTales grow. So if the team here on, like if our mod team or anybody else, like we've got developers in our mod team, I could probably incentivize them to like we could write up a contract and get some other work done faster, or even hire more people into the mod team, maybe a video editor or something, with the money that IndieTales is making, if I'm using it as like part-time, you know, to fund like part-time projects that other people are taking on. So if I was to take some of this as a living wage, then I could use the IndieTales income for like international outsourcing, maybe 30K of that. I don't know. But the money would go quickly. 100K is not a lot. It's solo effort right now, but I do want to create a team in the long run. Does self-living wage count towards the 90%? I mean, I live in Australia. I'm making the game, so I feel like it should be. If I can make the game by myself, I feel like I should be able to take all of it, right? But that would be up to them, I guess. They would be directly funding the production of the game if I used it as personal income. So, so 60 days. How would I spend that? That's basically 3 months from today. That's how we think about it. Hey Peter, how's it going? So, coming back to the application, I have reviewed this before, but it's been a little while since I've seen it, so I might just do a quick scan for what they want. Mm-hmm. Hey, Peter. That's nothing. Prototype details document. Production plan, strategic outcomes document, finance plan, CVs of team members. This is the hardest part for me because I don't have the team yet. A statement setting out how you are approaching the First Nations content or the First Nations content or participation with regard to appropriate protocols. I don't know what that means. That's if it contains First Nations content. Yeah, but I intend to hire people for a team. So if there are people that I think it would be, if I was able to nominate people, say this is my team, and I will be paying them from this money. I feel like that's what this field is for. But since I don't have that team, saying, hey, it's just me, but there will be people, is not as nice. I would think that they would want to see names. If I had names, it would be helpful. That's probably the biggest milestone that I don't have clarity over. The biggest risk factor of Insignia right now is that I don't have a team. But I'm expecting to hire one. So like who's going to be on the team? That's the question. I feel like that changes a lot. The answer to that question changes a lot. Maybe this 3 months I could reach out to people. Pick me. Sanyokdev, thanks for the follow. Sprite Knight, thank you for the follow. Hey, Dragon Slayer, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry I missed that. A couple of raids there. Yeah, bit of a catch-22. So 3 months is not a lot of time. This is my main work, yeah. 3 months is not a lot of time. I would spend maybe like at least this would be just doing the application. Maybe not exclusively, but and then, I mean, if we just focus on content, like zooming out for a second, we're talking about what I would be looking to show them would be maybe like just a 5-minute, maybe like a condensed version of the chapter 1 demo without the boss fight stuff. Just like, what would be that's a good question. I don't actually know. Maybe it would be like 3 5-minute chunks. Bit of story setup, bit of fighting stuff and puzzles, bit of something else. Just like a condensed thing. It's so hard to block this stuff out for my game. You know, I've kind of got, maybe if I take the Crucible demo, the Crucible dungeon, and just pad that a little bit. If I was to build a team, what skill sets would I look for? Zoom. This is kind of it's an array of things that need to get outsourced, basically. So sound, some kind of writer / scenario builder, like someone who is putting things in the game on behalf of the writers and on behalf of the music and what am I trying to say? Like level editing, basically. Although I could do a lot of that. Animation, key art, environments, effects, and then someone on like programming duties. So as far as like outside of that, like a producer, ignore the money. That's nothing. But probably a producer to help like just guide the project, and then I'm the director. So I feel like that's probably enough. 1 extra programmer, a producer, 2 artists plus, and then At least one person on sound. Yeah, Anthony, I think, are you talking about Raymond Cripps for this grant? This is the same grant. I think he's from Sydney as well. So 2 weeks spent on submission. Like application. It might be. It might be a lot. It might mean that my role on the project becomes much less hands-on by the time the game's coming out. But I do have some leadership experience. I've worked in a company where I had people working under me before. I've delegated before. I think I could direct I'm pretty comfortable with my ability to direct and to maintain relationships. We have a mod team that I'm getting better at handling the relationships. Not everyone in the mod team might agree that I do a good job of that, but I try to be someone who is open and listens and takes feedback and maintains open communication lines while having a clear vision of what I'm trying to do. But it's a challenge. At the end of the day, becoming a good director is something that I'm not negotiating on. To delegate, I need resources. Sometimes. It's hard. You just gotta trust me sometimes. I think maybe this goes here. Maybe like just there. 3 weeks. In fact, demo is too broad. There's like the demo and then there's the video. I think the video can be pretty short in terms of how we produce it. It doesn't have to be that. It's not even a big deal. It's like a couple of days we could do that in. You know what, I'm just going to be smart here and I'm just going to lock all of these. There we go. Let's say we've got to script the video, shoot the video, all that stuff. Let's say we give that a week. The ongoing biz stuff for director that's tricky. Budgeting for tools, tech, making sure people get their salary, tax, legal compliance. Talking to funding sources, negotiating deals. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Well, this is where maybe like when I say I'm looking for a producer, a lot of that would be something that we handle together. So maybe like producer doubles as like HR. So when we're talking about like, and maybe business strategist as well. Like I want to focus on the creative for the most part. I do want to be involved in the marketing. I want to be there when decisions are made. But I don't need to be dealing with like some of that more nitty gritty stuff. Like I can have an accountant for that. Or I hope whoever, I mean, it would just be something that I would just not take on if it was too much. I'd have to readjust my plan to account for somebody to be in charge of that. If it was over my head, whatever role we're talking about, I would need to delegate that elsewhere. Like I'm not going to force myself to take on stuff I can't do. I feel like I'm... Outhouse. The next part, no, we had to, it's got a critical bug, so I'm going to be addressing it tonight. Unfortunately, no new alpha tests tonight. So even this, like whatever I'm about to say with this 2 months spent on content is like, I need to do so much more discovery to determine if that's feasible. Like, I don't even really know what that would be. I need to quantify these things. And I don't know if I would need a week for the video, really. I don't know what that is. It could be 2 days. I could film it in a weekend. Maybe I keep, let's call it 4 days. 5. No, I think we'll play it safe. Call it a week. Yeah. So then from here, like everything that fits in here is like graphics and animation for the most part. Like maybe some content setting up. Oh gosh. It's so hard to quantify this stuff. It's so hard. Let's ask the question. What's going to be in the demo? That's probably the first thing. At the very least, opening story piece. So like something with on-screen text introducing the world. So this could be the actual introduction. Introducing, e.g. the 2020 demo intro. And then we need a little bit of gameplay, which includes platforming, enemy encounters, some battle, like a puzzle, sorry. And then a bit of exploration, some kind of upgrade moment with like a closing story beat. So this could be like I was thinking of making a prologue for the game. That would be like a really, really, really small version of the vertical slice where you play the day before where the current demo starts. So you play as Armin the day before his apprenticeship begins. Well, that's right. So when I say that, for example, enemy encounters, we'll call this combat. If that's going to be in the demo, everything that relates to combat that someone could play, I would want to polish to some extent. If it's part of what makes the game valuable, it should be in a good state. Pardon me, in a good state. So what does this look like? Armin's animations, enemy animations. Like fix bugs with any combat related jank. Platforming's in a pretty good state, actually. I don't think I need much there. Puzzle, I mean, maybe some in-world elements that what's the word? Come before Ensign abilities that kind of play to the same vibe. This is where it's a bit hard because there is the idea of like, not predate, something like that. My challenge with prototyping the game right now in a vertical slice is if I make the thing proceed, that's the word. If I make it such that it takes place at the beginning of the game before ensigns come into it in chapter 2, you don't see what makes the game special. If I place it at a point in the game where the ensigns are becoming a big part of the game, it's kind of overwhelming and it's a lot of info with not a lot of setup. So I kind of want the best of both, but that means it either has to be an artificial demo that doesn't really take place in the game, or I compromise and go earlier or later in the game. It's hard to do that. I might just make it a contrived version where you get an ensign ability kind of a little on the quick side. I just kind of like sneak it to you. Maybe like a shorter version of the Crucible. Like a really cut down version of the Crucible. And then yeah, I can make it an item that you just get. I can do that. I think I won't do that. I think I will have the crafting and the forge system and all of that. I'll just do it in a way that's like doesn't require you to do a lot of like it's design. I'm designing that for there to be 16 of those or 12 of those. So like I'll just make a shorter version of that experience that just demos better, and I'll just thread a different quest through it, and it'll be just a nice like 2-minute thing instead of an 8-minute, 10-minute thing. Will I demo the gameplay? No, see, it looks like that what they want is a demo that they can play in their own time. So, a vertical slice that is of a globally competitive quality and enables a team to access the international funding ecosystem. Right? So it's got to be like a legit demo, like a real deal thing. That's why it's got to be polished. And they were looking at instructions. Not that. Step-by-step instructions that detail how to get the prototype running. So it sounds like I'm just going to submit something and then say, and here's how to play it, enjoy, which I think is challenging because you always want to be there. We need to test it. That's a good thing. We can put it in the test, in the feature test, maybe. A demo and a prototype. I mean, I would say a prototype typically is not really story based, but a demo would be, or a game that's got a story in it. Prototype to me sounds like just a thing that's functional. Add some extra weeks to February. Supposed to be able to say, oh, there we go. There we go. If possible, I would try to use existing content. Oh, this isn't going to be developed content from scratch. Yeah, I have seen that video. I've heard conflicting things about whether or not he went about that the right way. Somebody that I'm like, I'm not going to go into details, but as far as I understand it today, a lot of what's in that grant is quite industry standard and quite like in the contract, it's quite reasonable. So I just need to be, you know, like it's a government grant. They're not trying to steal my project, you know. And if I sign a contract, it's up to me to review the terms of the contract. It would seem like kind of a waste of time. Even if it wasn't for me, I would still be applying for it just to see if it was for me first, because I haven't seen the contract, and all the stuff I'm doing, I need to do anyway. Most of the marketing vision for the game, whether this is a Screen Australia grant or a publisher funding opportunity, most of what this requires of me is pretty much the same either way. So it just gives me something to aim for, really. All right. So if we're not working on content, testing, video, I mean, like, what else would I be doing? Well, back to here. Let's keep thinking about it. Okay. So, I mean, I've covered all of this stuff in some capacity, one way or another, over the course of the game. I mean, there is a demo, but it's probably too long for what they're looking for. Do they have like an amount of time that they want? A demo. Playable prototype. Just playable prototype. I'm going to aim for less than 15 minutes. 15 minutes or less, I think. Just because I know how long people's attention spans are. All right. I mean, that was actually the PAX demo was 15 minutes. And the way that I made it 15 minutes was like this. I took this scene into this scene. I skipped the town entirely. You just ran past the town. You got straight into the environment. Played around for a bit. This didn't exist at all. You went straight up into the Athenaeum. Did a bit of a puzzle. Fought Harriet, and that was it. So the two like hub areas of the game, like the town and the first dungeon, were just gone. I would do something like that, but I wouldn't do that. I would do something where I prioritize the parts of the game that are more relevant now. I think having there be a little bit of, maybe not the town itself, but maybe it might be cool. It might be cool if I like had some in-game rollover where when you stand in the town, a little like pop-up shows you what's in the town, but I just say not in this demo. You know what I mean? Like if you stand there, you can see a little gif of like Armin running through the town talking to NPCs and stuff, but like just so that you know what's in there, but you're not actually able to do it because you're in a demo that's doesn't contain that. Just say like cut from this demo or not featured in this demo. Not even level select like in this scene. Hopefully this runs. Like I'm here, I run past this town, and as where the door is, this like up arrow is here. Instead of being able to go up, it just shows me a little pop-up here in this section of the screen and just shows what would happen. Yeah, like showing a GIF of a skill. That would be the idea. Where it's just like yeah. Oh, it's not in the build settings. Would that be confusing for them? Maybe. I don't know. Because what's the alternative? If I let them go into the town and there's no content, they might feel like the game's empty. If I leave the content in, they're going to get bored before they get out. So it would be just a quick little explaining, hey, there's content here, but it's not in the demo, don't worry about it. Keep going. That's that would be the thing that I would want to do. What do you think? Do you think that's practical? Yeah, it would be fourth wall breaking. It would be like a window that appears, a little like pop-up. That's like a card that shows some, it would look like this. Like a little window that says, not featured in this demo. Armin goes through the town and talks to characters and does some stuff, and then you would just see a little gif of me running through it. I would just skip the town, show the first combat with the soldiers, go through the tower bit, skip the gear puzzle, open up the bridge. Yeah, that's literally what the PAX demo was. You've just described it. The thing is, I don't want people to get confused that not being able to go into the town is an actual part of the game. I don't want them to think that, oh, in this game you're not supposed to go in the town. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's what Faulty Functions is saying is what I'm trying to describe. Like in the full game, you would be doing this. That's the whole point. And I would be breaking the fourth wall explicitly for that purpose. Like I need to break the fourth wall in order to do that. Because I'm talking to the people who are doing the grant funding. Being like, hey, I'm just doing this in the interest of your time, but it exists. Oh, that would be very fun, Abyssus. That would be so cute. If I literally put myself, hey, I'm Adam, I made this game. I'm going to talk you through some of these bits. Whenever there's a part of the game that doesn't exist, I'll show you. And I'll explain where it's at in the real project. That would be probably too much effort, but it's a cute idea. I mean, I could use the in-game dialogue system to do it. I mean, there's features in the game that let me do that. Yeah. Like, I literally say, hey, you've entered a part of the game that I've left out of this demo for your interest. Hey, Denial, I am. Is that Denial or Daniel? So, okay. Let's try to track that a little bit. How do I pronounce that? I mean, that's not... Is it... How does that pronounce? Because I've never seen that word before. Because denial would be D-E-N, and Daniel would be D-A-N-I-A-I-E-L. Daniel. Like an Eastern European version of Daniel? I think so. Danielle? Oh. A tear in reality. my friggin' Wacom tablet pen strikes through the screen. Hey! You're not allowed in there! Ah! Get out of here! All right, so this is all way too big. I think how do I plan this? It's like a blueprint for my game, yeah. Is the town developed? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're going to do like a picture-in-picture where they get to see a GIF of the game being played in the town. The town exists. That's what I'm saying. I just don't want to show it to them because it's too much like it's too much content to run through in the demo. Like there's like quests and there's a whole bunch of stuff that like it's not worth them getting into. But, do you know, I think I do need to flex the writing a little bit. So, maybe we do a cut down version of it, or like a smaller town, or I don't know. I don't want to I don't want to communicate the idea that the scope is smaller than it is. I just want to communicate that the demo is selective about what scope is visible. How many months to get to this stage? $94 months. All right, so let's call this story, you know, 3 mins. Platforming, 2 mins. Combat, 2 mins. Puzzle / ability unlock / mini dungeon. Let's call it 5. Maybe final boss thing. Mini boss thing. Optional. Or like post Crucible Playground. So this should be like the terminating point. Hey Bulma, how's it going? Thank you so much. Oh wow, nice. Congrats. Hey Bulma, set off your Google Home. The power I wield. I won't do it because I'm a nice person. All right. I don't think being explicit that you're cutting content for demo purposes is a bad idea. Cool. Thank you. I think I need to be explicit because I think that there's a lot about what this game is that comes from the scope of it. You know, like if the game's mechanics, for example, they take a little while to get a handle on because there's a lot of scope. So like the core controls might be not as intuitive because I'm setting up a framework for like a bunch of abilities and stuff you can do later. And if the game was just a 2-hour game, it would be like, why is it so complicated? But knowing that it's like 15 hours, it's like, okay, like I can see where this is going. So that's kind of like for purposes like that and understanding like, okay, when I go through a chapter, like how engrossing is the world? Like how much interaction do I have with characters and do I care about them and whether or not it's viable on that level, you know, you need to get the sense that there's going to be a lot without having to go through all of it. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I mean, as a little tiny vertical slice, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I could do some sort of like narrator overlay, like Armin walks past the town. When you go in, it goes to like a little cutscene. And it goes like, it just shows like a tiny trailer of like, Armin walked through the town and talked to a bunch of people. And then it says like, for demo purposes only. In the real game, this would be playable. and then it just drops you up after it. So it just gives you the rundown. If I don't want to cut any story, if I don't want to have to do rewrites, that would be how I would do it. I would basically do a cutscene for that section of gameplay. Makes sense to me. All right. Well, I might need another break. So I'm gonna take one. Let's run an ad, and I'll see you guys back on the other side. See you in a bit. I'm back. I have an idea for funding. Run ads for a month straight, and we all promise to be very diligent and watch all of them. Do you know, if you actually did that, it would be worth it. It would work. Anyway. So it's kind of nice that Ludum Dare isn't doing a January game jam, because they did one last year, and now I don't have to miss it. So, given this, what do I need to spend time on to make this work? Do I work on like the old enemies because they're mostly visually complete? Do you want a break between submitting application and doing Ludum? Nah, who cares? I'm gonna have a day at least. Although I should probably also consider maybe I don't want to submit on the final day. That's probably just as an aside. Maybe we don't want to submit on the last day. So let's give ourselves 3 days. It's due that day, but that doesn't mean I have to submit that day. Yeah, it's fine. I appreciate it. So I mean, it really just does now come down to like what I want to do content wise. Because I could do like a lot of the environments in the game are actually looking pretty good. Like this tile set I'm really liking a lot. I could do some one-offs for this that make it feel like really special. Like a water mill, water wheel, and like wheat, and I could make it feel really nice. And I think I would be happy to use this tree line as well for parts of it, maybe for the latter part of the exploration space. Did the camera move? The camera looks different. I shifted the camera down a little so that the player's a little more higher up by like 30 pixels. Can you notice that? You can tell that the camera's a little higher. I mean, a little lower. I'm surprised. Wow. Well, he was definitely too low. I mean, I was watching people do screenshots and stuff, and it was just like, he just needs to be higher up. And it's not really, he's not really that high on the screen. He's not even near halfway. So I think this is okay. Pardon me. So would I give myself like how long would I give myself to do this? I should also think about adding to the alpha during this time. Maybe we do it before this date, whatever this date is. If today's the 9th, this would be the 15th, 16th. And then the next week after that would be the like 22nd or 3rd or something like that. Yeah, 22nd. So we could keep working on the alpha till the 22nd. Or we could, and you know what? It's interesting because all this playtesting we're doing with the alpha, with the feature test, it will help that stuff anyway. So if we need to add some sort of like hazard that can just hurt you before we add things that are you know, whatever, before we add enemies, then I could add that in this time. But also, yeah. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing. All right. I don't think I'll stream much longer today. This feels about right, right? So let's call this the funding demo. I have a question. Ari, this tile set. Shoot. As long as you know it's a work in progress. Be mindful. Okay. So is the grass supposed to look kind of dead? No. No, the lighting's just supposed to look kind of a little bit sunsetty. This grass, if I could be, if you're looking at this grass, which you see everywhere, this grass is designed for an area that is in a cave where all of the life in that cave, this is chapter 2 dungeon. This is actually the chapter 2 dungeon grass.